Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome to you. And if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. As of early this morning, before I started work, I finished The Wastelands by Stephen King. So that was the third novel in the Dark Tower series. I ended up enjoying it, gave it 4 stars. I am incredibly intrigued for the fourth book, Wizards and Glass, because that one's going to be the one where we get, I think, the backstory for Roland's life and kind of like how he came to be following the Man in Black and everything that went down with Martin and Roland's father. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's what the fourth one is supposed to be about. Really looking forward to it. So tonight I am going to be reading 2 books that I have not announced to you all that I'm reading and literally just started. And the first one is going to be my next Bill Bryson book, which is The Lost Continent Travels in Small Town America. I am 16 pages into it, and I have already had several moments where I laughed out loud, and I ended up having to read the passages to Keaton. The one thing I'll say about him, and I do not remember this from A Walk in the Woods, there was a paragraph in here where I was like, man, that was unnecessarily mean to a particular group of people. I want to watch and wait and see if that happens anywhere else in the book, because I know that he can be really biting and kind of snide about things, but I mean, he was kind of just being downright cruel. And I was like, what the heck? But it was only for one paragraph. And then he went back to his kind of more good natured humor. I'm hoping that that doesn't happen again, but it has made me laugh in other ways. And then I am going to be reading a fiction novel, which is A Sorceress Comes to Call by T. Kingfisher. And this is a retelling of the grim fairy tale called The Goose Girl, which, by the way, I was not at all familiar with. And I had to look up what that story was. Now that I understand what the premise is, I'm like, okay, curious to see where this is going. And I just started this, so I'm only on page 8 of A Sorceress Comes to Call. And if you have read either of these books, you are free to let me know what you thought of them. Hopefully, if you've read them, you have thought good things. So do please tell me what it is that you are reading or working on tonight. As always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack. I am guessing pretty much every single one of you needs to curl up under a blanket and not put a fan on you, because I don't know about y'all, but it is super freaking cold and it freaking sucks. We're getting the winter storm that's going to be coming through. The real feel outside right now is -10. The high today was 6 degrees Fahrenheit, which was a joy. So this weekend, we honestly, the range of like how much snow we're supposed to get is so different, and you can't even believe anybody that is telling you what it's actually going to be. So it could end up being really bad or not nearly as terrible as people thought. I'm hoping for the latter, because I am not a big fan of extremely cold weather, and we are getting into the negatives. I know that I can't really complain because it's January, and I knew every January we always have at least a few days that are in the negatives. Last year it was like a full week, and I thought that we were getting out of that. I was like, oh man, maybe this January we'll only have like a day. No, we're having like another full week of polar temperatures. So yeah, not really looking forward to that. So everybody, if you're in a place that's happening to you, stay safe, stay warm. That's my best wish for you right now. And I'm going to go over to the comments and see how everybody is doing. And Rob is here. Hi, Rob. Grab a drink, grab a snow shovel. Yeah, no crap. You said The Black Tongue Thief by Christopher Buehlman, 99 pages in. Heidi's going to be super excited about that. How are you liking it so far, Rob? And Heidi says, hello, Rob. Yes, I hope you're liking Kinch. I'm guessing Kinch is the main character. And Mary's here. Hi, Mary. Mary says, I'm reading The Grasping Root by Margaret Pinard at 55%, hoping to finish it this evening. Fingers crossed. Heidi says, I'm rereading The Wheel of Time, listening to Rosamund Pike's narration along with the companion spoiler podcast to do a deep dive this time around. Actually, that sounds like a lot of fun, Heidi, especially since you know kind of, I don't know how many of like the minute details you remember, especially from a series that's that big. I know for me, like remembering a lot of tiny details would be extremely hard, or knowing even like the details that belong to which book in a series that has that many books. But I know you would remember like the big beats that would happen. So that sounds great to have a little spoiler companion podcast. And Rob says, Heidi really picked up now that these two are at the Witch's Reverse Tower. I don't know what that means, but I will get there, Rob, because I will be reading that book this year. I promised Heidi I would. And Heidi says, Rob, I just found the book to be so much fun. The author narrating the story gives the book an extra star for me. Aw, that's nice. And Swank is here. Hi, Swank. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy Pi Day. Oh, that's nice. Happy Handwriting Day. You would not want to see my handwriting. My handwriting is awful. And Happy Health Awareness Day. That last one's good. I like that one. Rob says, Keaton, I'm going with meatballs and spaghetti. Keaton ended up getting us Panda Express to, bulk up for the impending storm. Unfortunately, it was not super good today. Usually, like, you can always count on Panda, and whoever made it this time, the chicken was really good, but they burnt my rice, and I was so sad about it. But I had food. I was full. I'm fine. I've got nutrition. I'm currently drinking my kombucha. So, gonna enjoy my refreshing beverage that hopefully will help my stomach. And Talkana's here. Hi, Talkana. And Kirsten's here. Hi, Kirsten. Kirsten says, hi, everybody. First sprint will be me going out into the cold to run some errands in preparation for the snowstorm. Be very careful going out there just because people are crazy at grocery stores right now. I'm assuming that's what you mean is you got to go out and probably get like groceries and I don't know, maybe go to the Lowe's and get some salt. I got some pet-friendly salt, but it's a 40-pound bag. I got a 40-pound bag of it yesterday. So I'm trying to be as prepared as possible. Oh, actually, that just reminded me. I need to go and plug in my new. So I think I told you all that for Christmas, my uncle was like, I'm so excited for what I got you all. And he got us an electric snow shovel that can throw snow like 30 feet or something crazy. I've never used one before. It looks like a little mini snow blower. But I need to get it out and I need to charge up the battery so that it's ready for when we get the snow on Saturday. At least I think that's when it's supposed to happen. And Swank says, I just finished making homemade chicken noodle soup. It made a lot. I love chicken noodle soup, and it reheats so well. And I made a devil's food cake. Oh, cupcakes with buttercream frosting. They came out so fluffy. That sounds great. Crochet Mama's here. Hi, Crochet Mama. Crochet Mama says, so glad I found your sprints. Early Friday nights are perfect for me. Bill Bryson is such fun. I'm happy to hear that you're a Bill Bryson fan. He was my official favorite book that I read last year when I read A Walk in the Woods. It was extremely funny, very informative. I love hiking. It was basically the perfect book. And I'm happy that you found me. Glad to have you here. And my friend, I am so sorry. Like, they changed everybody's names, and I was really good whenever the old names were up, and then as soon as they changed, I feel like my brain just fizzled out. Like, as I recognize your picture, but I have forgotten your name. So if you could please remind me, I am so sorry. But you say hello, and I'm happy to see you. And Stina's here. Hi, Stina. Stina says, I loved A Sorceress. Good. I'm happy to hear that. I was hardcore debating. I was trying to figure out, I was like, I want to read a fantasy. I know that I'm going to read A Black Tongue Thief later on in the year. I wasn't quite ready to pick it up. And I was like, okay, am I going to read V.E. Schwab's The Near Witch, or am I going to read A Sorceress Comes to Call? And I felt like because Bill Bryson's book is humorous, that it would pair well with reading a book that was kind of darker. So that was the vibe I was going for. I'm hoping that that was the right choice because I was also really called to read The Near Witch. Yeah, The Near Witch, which I found out was apparently the first full book that wasn't like she said it wasn't the original fever dream that she wrote when she was a teenager, when she was just trying to see if she could figure out if she could write a full story from beginning to end. It was the story that came after that when she was kind of getting close to graduating college and she was in an in-between stage in her life, and A Near Witch came out of that, and she didn't feel like that book would have been accepted or received very well by the book publishing industry, so she just wrote other things. And then later on, people started asking like, oh well, what was the first book you ever wrote? What was the inspiring, inciting thing for you that you created? And it created the opportunity for her to be able to publish The Near Witch, which I think is really great, that was, if you will, the first like polished book that she ever wrote. Very fun. And Tokana says, I've got another half hour of work or so, then I'm going to start Love Hypothesis. Awesome. Heard a lot of good things about that one. Heidi says, wow, Wizard and Glass, Wizard and Glass, Wizard and Glass is a... I know, isn't that one technically your favorite? That's like the favorite out of all 7. And Eleanor is here. Hi, Eleanor. Eleanor says, hi, Alex. I'll be reading Dark Sisters. Yes! While recuperating from the bug that's going around. No! I'm so sorry. That is not fun at all. Wishing you a quick recovery, you poor thing. Literary Love is here. Hello. Good to see you. And she says, hi, Alex and friends. Hello to you. And she says, Swank says, I'm reading Poe stories. Nice. Were you inspired to do that by Kat? I hope so. And, Literally Love says, I'm reading Poe and editing a vlog. Perfect. I love that. In a Poe mood. And Stina says, just now getting up and around, got meds and breakfast, probably going to adult and or listen to the Mistwick School of Music Craft. That's cute. And Nicole's here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, hi, Alex. Storm prep and reading docile. Okay. Yeah. I hope that you're all ready to go. Your house is insulated, that you've got enough food. Nobody leaves the front door open. And Heidi says, I have not read that Bryson book. Notes from a Small Island was the other one I read after a walk in the woods. I also have that one. So I ended up being gifted 5 of his books one year. I think there might be 2 of them that I don't have. I know the one that I would like to read, and if I had already had a copy of it, would have been the next one that I picked up, was his what was it? Notes from a Sunburned Country. It's when he went to Australia. So it's a book about Australia. That one I was really interested in, but I don't have that one yet. So I wanted to go with one that I had already been given. Hopefully it'll be good. And Nicole says, hi, chat friends. Let's see. And you said 14 degrees Fahrenheit, wind chill, 1 degree Fahrenheit, cold. I can attest. I just came in from walking the dog. Oh, yeah. Barker so badly wants to go outside. And that's the thing with him, is it doesn't matter how hot it is, how cold it is. If you say, hey, you want to go for a walk, he wants to go out in it, or he'll just pester you until you do take him out. And trying to tell him no, to get him to understand that it would be horrible for him to go outside, he can't get it through his head. It just does absolutely nothing. Really, the only reason that he would accept not going for a walk is if it was raining or hailing. And even in rain, he probably still would, because he's such a turd. Now he says, ID enough to that Sorcerer book. I do not think I jive with that author. O.T. Kingfisher. I liked the book Nettle and Bone that I read from her. That's the only other book that I've read of hers, and I think I gave that 4 stars. It was 4 or 4.5. It ended up being pretty good. Mary says, hi, Nicole. And Accipiter F1. I'm guessing that's a name of like a helicopter or a plane. He said, I'm reading Speaks the Nightbird by Robert McCammon, and I'll be switching to the audiobook for Turning to Birds by Lily Taylor when dinner is ready. Awesome. And Rob giving some love to Nicole. And Anne says, hello. Hello to you, Anne. It's supposed to be 10 degrees tonight and a balmy 20 tomorrow. I'm jealous. I'll take your 20. We're supposed to get 18 to 24 inches of snow. Okay, I will not take that. I retract my previous statement. Sunday and Monday. Stina says, we got a little bit of snow last night. It's supposed to be cold and snowy all weekend, but the worst usually misses us. I hope that is the case this time. And Anne says, halfway through the correspondent by Virginia Evans. Very nice. It's Ron. Oh, yeah, of course, Ron. Yes. Ron, I'm so sorry that I forgot your name. You were one of the originals that used to hang out all the time. You said it's been too long since I've caught one of your sprints. Well, I'm very happy to have you here, Ron, so thank you for coming. And Rob says, Saturday we'll be off to a Comic-Con. Oh my goodness, you're going to a Comic-Con in this crap. I mean, of course, you all didn't know that it was going to be this kind of weather when the Comic-Con was planned, but I hope that that goes well and you don't have any craziness while trying to travel. Said temps high will be 12 degrees, won't go to 30 until Saturday or Saturday of next week. Yeah, be very careful. Stina says, the near witch is fine, but a sorceress is better. Okay. Sounds like I made a good choice then. Heidi says, Ron, I loved the beginning of Nightbird. Super duper scary. Stina says, I never did read the Goose Girl tale, but I've been advised that it does not heavily influence A Sorceress Comes to Call. Okay, good to know. I noticed that like the name of the horse is the same. I don't know that anything else in the story is the same. Swank says, hi, Jen. And Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Jamie says, hi, chat. Hi, Alex and chat. Thank you. And let's see. And Sherry's here. Hi, Sherry. Sherry says, finally settled in home and lit fireplace reading Those Empty Eyes by Charlie Donlea. Very nice. Happy to have you here. And then pacing through the pages is here. And she says, hello, Jen. Jen here. Hi, Jen. Jen says, working on annotating bags for our upcoming grown-up book fair event. That sounds so cool. What? You're having a grown-up book fair? Could you tell me about that? Like how you went into planning that and kind of like if you have specific vendors or who gets selected to sell their books. Is it like local bookstores? That sounds so cool. You said, and reading Sprinkles and Sea Serpents. That's a cute name for a book. And I do apologize. Like I do try to remember everybody's names. My brain is so horrible at names. It's like one of my greatest character flaws. And Angela says, hi, Alex. Hello to you. Almost forgot about sprints. That's okay. Tracking this weather event, spent the day preparing, reading Poe and The Book Thief tonight. Oh, The Book Thief. It's so good. I hope you end up enjoying it. I honestly, Angela, I feel like that book will probably hit you in the same way that it hit me and many people. Let's see. And Crochet Mima says, my favorite Bryson was Thunderbolt Kid, especially if you grew up with a brother. He nailed it. I did not have a brother, but I'll still have to check that out at some point. And Jamie says, Heidi, are you talking about A Sorceress Comes to Call? Yeah, because that's the book that's one of the books I'll be reading tonight, Jamie. And Heidi says, yes, Wizards and Glass is really incredible. My advice is to stop after that book. You know that we won't, because Kat wants to read the whole thing and I'm reading it with her. But I know you want, you know I won't. Yeah, Wolves is so meh, and then the next two are pure garbage. Well, I will say from the Wastelands, one of my favorite parts of that book, other than the fact that like I get to see Jake because I love Jake so much, was meeting Blaine. I thought Blaine was a really interesting part of that story. And Swank says A Sorceress Comes to Call is on KU. Oh, Kindle Unlimited. Nice. And Angela says, I'm enjoying a ribeye with a loaded sweet potato tonight. Dang, girl. You got a good meal. Might be beanie weenies tomorrow. I made my first ever like homemade Philly cheesesteak 2 days ago because we had leftovers and it turned out really good. And I ended up using New York strip, but it called for ribeye and I was worried that the type of steak would matter, but I was really frustrated at the prices of the ribeye compared to the New York strip. And I was like, screw it, I'm just going to get the New York strip. But it was delicious. It was awesome. Jamie says, I wasn't a huge fan of that one, but I loved What Moves the Dead. I also have a copy of What Moves the Dead, so I'll need to read that at some point. Kat convinced me to read The Fall of the House of Usher before I picked that up, so I have read that, and Now I just need to pick up the Kingfisher. Heidi says, Jamie, yes, so memorable. I could not get the title correct. And Jen says, I didn't plan it. My online bookshop is a vendor. Oh, that's so cool. I love that, Jen. Love it so much. And Teresa says, hello, everyone. Hi, Teresa. We're going out into the cold to buy groceries back soon. Oh, man. Fighting through people who, like, they buy all the eggs, milk, and bread around. Just not a good time. And Maddie's here. Hi, Maddie. Maddie says, our steak and martinis is draft beer and weenies. I like that. That's so fun. Oh, well, I'm happy that everybody's here. Thanks for coming to hang out with me. Again, 2 books I'll be working on: A Lost Continent by Bill Bryson, Sorceress Comes to Call. Not sure which one I'm going to start with tonight, so I guess we'll see. But I will give you all your first question of the evening, which is going to be, since I was talking about how horrible I am with names, can you remember the names of characters from books years after reading them, or are you someone who forgets almost immediately? That is my question for you all during this first sprint. Angela says, yes, Alex, I'm loving the book Thief. Sad, of course, but a wealth of knowledge and all the feels. I'm annotating it, so it slows me down. But this is one you don't rush through. Absolutely. 100%. So I'm glad that you're enjoying it. And I will get our first 45 minutes up on the clock and give you all your first sprint. And I will see you soon. Be sure to answer the question. Enjoy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 18 in The Lost Continent, which I literally just picked back up before Barker jumped in my lap, and then I made it to chapter 4 or page 24 in. Sorry, forgot to make myself big again. In A Sorceress Comes to Call. So made some good progress during that sprint. And before we left, I asked you all the question, can you remember the names of characters from books years after reading them? Or are you someone who forgets almost immediately? And Kirsten says, I can't even remember the characters' names while I'm reading. And Ron says, I don't remember names of characters while I'm reading the book. I have had books where that is the case as well, 100%. And Stina says, it just depends on the book. I read so many that I can't remember them all, but there are lots of characters who stick with me, names and all. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, perfect example for me, because Kat and I are reading the Dark Tower books, was Randall Flagg. Like, Randall Flagg is a name I don't think that I'll ever forget. And I think that's awesome when you have certain characters that stick with you and are very memorable. Heidi says, if I remember, the cheese is what makes the cheesesteak famous. Cheese whiz. I got that in Philly on a famous corner. For it. Yeah, I don't know what kind of cheese normally makes it famous. I did not have that cheese. I had provolone, but the provolone was really good. You said, I remember the memorable characters, but sometimes I do forget. There is an older witch-like character in John Gwynn's The Faithful and the Fallen, but her name? I tried to remember that character's name because the question of the day was pick a side character that could have been a main character in a book you love. Oh, that's a really good question. Might have to borrow that one, Heidi. Write that down. I'll write that down for a different time. And Maddie says, I can remember even unusual names if the author has a good ear and or is good at characterization. Yeah, I do think that's important. Like, I don't feel like all characters are memorable because not every book has a memorable story. Like, you might be able to, again, remember the beats, or you might remember how you felt about it, but if a character didn't really mean that much to you, to me, it doesn't make sense to create the space in your brain to remember it. So I especially love the chewy names in Dune. Yeah. Dune, like Duncan, Idaho. Yeah, Duncan, Idaho does have a nice ring. I don't know if I want to even try to pronounce the others. The Thufir Hawat, Fade Routha, and Duncan, Idaho. Yeah, Dune is one of the books that I do plan to read at some point. And Crochet Mimas says, depends on how good the book is. To Kill a Mockingbird is my all-time favorite. And yeah, Atticus Finch and Scout have lived rent-free in my head for 60 years. Yeah, I can remember Atticus as well. And Boo Radley. Yeah, Maddie says, yeah, Harper Lee has a good ear, Boo Radley. Anne says, Neely just came home with a flashlight that took me 10 minutes to turn on and an oil lamp. A flashlight that took 10 minutes to turn on must have been a complicated flashlight. Said, I'm just praying this is snow and not ice. If we have no heat, I guess we can use the fire pit in the yard. Yeah, I hope it's not ice either. And Kat says, I made it. Hi, Kat. Happy to see you. I got back from Target a few minutes ago. Hey, Alex and friends, I need to make some tea. That sounds good to me. Heidi says, Kat, I watched a wonderful movie last night, The Man Who Invented Christmas, about Dickens with Dan Stevens and Christopher Plummer. It was really unusual in the best way. And Kat says, I think I've seen that movie, Heidi. I'm okay at remembering names of characters if I really enjoyed the book. I'm not perfect, but I don't forget immediately. That's good. Tokana says, I have a hard time remembering the characters' names while I'm reading the book. I'm glad that I'm not the only one. And Rob says, Kat, hello. And you said names off the top of my head. I never remember. Reread years later. I'll remember when I'm progressing through the story. Very fair. Kirsten says, making progress on my storm prep for unserious people. Independent corner coffee shop, 4 French press ground beans done, a pack of Smalls cat food from the pet boutique done. Next is the local health food store for some vegan mac and cheese and some vegan chocolate layer cake. Ooh, then I need wine, but that store is across the street and doesn't even close for hurricanes, so it's probably fine. Have you ever heard of the Waffle House test? Keaton actually was the one who taught me this, that there are certain like news outlets and like weather channels that will determine how bad a storm is based off of whether or not a Waffle House is still open, because there are certain ones that never close. They're open 24/7 all the time. And so there's a couple different ways to judge it. So like sometimes, like, okay, if a Waffle House is just open, the area hasn't been decimated, right? If Waffle House is offering a reduced menu, that means like a certain level of devastation. If the Waffle House is just fully closed, things have hit the fan. It's crazy. Waffle House is apparently a great measure. And Kat says, "Hello, Rob." Liz is here. Hi, Liz. Liz says, "Hi, Alex just got back from a grocery store run before the snow comes, and wow, was that a bad call." Yeah. Looking forward to reading my book and drinking my weight in tea tonight. Yeah, everybody's got tea. I got my kombucha's tea, so I guess I count. It's not hot tea, but still. Mary says, "I remember series characters, but not standalones." Yeah, that's fair. Bait at 65%. Very nice. And Rob says, "Barker dog, am I in the way?" Yeah, he does not care whether he's in the way. He is baby and will always be baby, and he gets premium seating, and I am the seat. Swank says, "It depends on the book." Yeah. Jamie says, "Yes, some characters I 100% remember. It very much varies from book to book." That's the thing for me, though, is there are there are characters I remember the way that they make me feel. I can remember the way that I picture them in my mind. I might not necessarily remember their name. I might even remember which book, well, obviously I would remember which book they were from because I would remember the story, but yeah, it's just something about names is so hard for me. And Travis is here. Hi, Travis. Travis says, "Hey, Alex and everyone, was off today with my new schedule, about to eat something small because I'm not hungry and clean up my kitchen." Well, I'm happy to have you here. And how did your new schedule go? And you said, "What I learned this week was that I got into grad school." Congratulations, Travis. Yay. That was also an accomplishment. I love it so much. And Pip is here. Hi, Pip. Pip says, "I have read Attica Witch 2 maybe 3 times, and I can't remember one of the main characters' names. I remember Chi Chi and Sunny, but not the last guy. I remember them, just not their name." Yeah. And Stina says, "Finally got my retinol follow-up scheduled." Good. Jamie says, "I listened to the first chapter of Vagabond, Tim Curry's memoir." Oh, Tim Curry's memoir. Cool. While eating lunch. After lunch, switched to reading Best Offer Wins. Made it to page 130. Angela says, "Heathcliff, Lewis, and Lestat." Uh-oh. Keg? How do you say that? Bilbo. Oh yeah, like Bilbo Baggins and stuff. That's another thing I want to mention. I have a much easier time remembering people's names when I have heard people say them out loud. I am assuming other people have to be the same way. I don't listen to audiobooks. I don't always watch like a movie rendition after I've read a book, but if I have watched the movie, like Lord of the Rings, I'm gonna have a much easier time remembering the names because I also have like a face to put with them. I don't know. I imagine other people have to be like that. Swank says, "I just chilled and let my food digest and played Speed on my phone." Nice. And Stina says, "I find it hard to remember names of first person narrator characters." And Travis says, "We went to the farmer's market and we got a lot of pickled things." Yeah. So I'm about to have pickled beets, garlic, okra, and quail eggs. Heck yeah. Pickled okra is one of my favorite things. I have a jar of it in my fridge. And Kirsten says, "Are the Waffle House tests? That's so funny." Yes, I'm serious. And Swank says, "Hi, Kat." She says, "Yay, Travis." And congrats to Travis from Swank. And a thanks. And Angela says, "Maddie Ross was my most favorite character last year. True Grit, not easily forgotten." And Swank says, "Kik was from Moby Dick." Oh, okay. I have not read Moby Dick. Although I do know Ahab. Or no, Call Me Ishmael. Call Me Ishmael. I know that's from Moby Dick. Is Ahab also from Moby Dick? I don't know. Alrighty. I will get us set up for the next sprint. What's our question gonna be? Would you rather every book start with "Once upon a time" or every book end with "And they lived happily ever after"? I think that one's a cute one. And then Angela says that's kind of like they track Sake's pizza shop around the Pentagon when they think some kind of conflict is about. Oh, they track they track pizza shops? I didn't know that in the Pentagon when they thought a conflict is about to happen. I'll have to look that up, Angela. Very cool. I mean, not cool. I don't like the idea that anybody has to track anything because of a conflict, but like the ways in which they determine how bad the conflict is can be very interesting. And Swank says, that's a good one. And Angela says, yes, Captain Ahab is in Moby Dick. Okay, good. Good. I didn't completely screw that up. Good. Alrighty, everybody. You have your question. And I will. Oh, sorry. Angela says, yes, they do track it. And Kat says, yes, Ahab is a Moby Dick. Thank you. Perfect. All right. Everybody, enjoy your reading. I think I'm going to go back to reading a little bit more in The Lost Continent. I am very captivated right now by A Sorceress Comes to Call. I will say that. So I think it was a good pick for right now. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I ended up laughing reading The Lost Continent, and I was reading a couple of excerpts to Keaton that I thought were really good, and then I decided to go out in my garage and get my snow blower thing because I wanted to make sure that I got the battery charged and everything, and I felt like if I didn't bring it into the office and start assembling it, I would forget by tomorrow. So we got the battery plugged in. I think this is going to be really easy to put together. The everything that was packaged in the box was done nicely, and it even comes with a little light, like a super bright LED, in case you need to throw snow at night. I thought that was a really good idea. I wouldn't have even thought of that. So let me know how you did during that sprint. And before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather every book start with "Once Upon a Time" or every book end with "And they lived happily ever after"? And Angela says, I prefer Once Upon a Time. I never want to know the ending. It makes me not want to read it. I'm the same way, 100%. Ron says, Once Upon a Time, I don't always want a happy ending. Yeah, some books, they're not meant to have a happy ending, and I think it would just ruin it if they did have one. Zach says, Hi, I'll be starting Drive Your Plow Over the Bones of the Dead by Olga Tokarczuk for a book club. That's awesome, Zach. Also, hi. Happy that you made it tonight. And Kirsten says, as a general rule, they lived happily ever after because I like to feel good while reading, but that could get a little monotonous and predictable, so I'll choose as an absolute rule, and the dog lived. Yes, 100%. I will take that every time. Anytime that there's a dog in a story, I'm like, that dog better not die. I get so protective over the animals. I get like real mad. In the Wastelands, the third Dark Tower book, they introduce Oi, and I love Oi, and I want nothing to happen to him bad ever. And Kirsten says, happily ever after. And Anne says, they just declared a state of emergency starting at 1 a.m. Sunday where we live. That means do not drive unless it's an emergency. Well, doesn't sound like you plan to, so that's good. Rob says, Zach Bones, a great book. Dalgana says, happily ever after, I like a happy ending. When I want not a happy ending, I'll turn on the news. Okay, fair point. I cannot argue that. Rob says, Once Upon a Time sounds good. We all died in the flames before the ending. And Stina says, I'll go for the happily ever after. Swank says, I'm torn. Once Upon a Time could then go on and be any genre of book. It's so true. And happily ever after would be good for my mental health. Tough choice. Also fair. And Alicia's here. Hi, Alicia. Alicia says, hello, Alex. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Are you getting pizza? You said, I just finished up dinner, ready to hang out, do some journaling, and read more Raven Scholar. Family still here, so journaling first. Awesome. You said, I think I'd be okay if every book started with Once Upon a Time. Eleanor says, I like Once Upon a Time, the anticipation of a great story to follow. Yeah, I agree. Zach says, Rob, I hope so, but I have been warned it may not be for people that don't like astrology, so we'll see. You said, I forgot the names of characters about 98% of the time, but do remember occasionally. Join the club. Kat says, I'd rather Once Upon a Time to start every book I read. Rob says, the Impusium, a health resort horror story. It says, Zach, don't read that one. And Kirsten says, worked in getting some laundry going while watching an Edgar Allan Poe documentary on YouTube. I love all the Poe-ness going on. Kat, you had a lot of pull in what people are reading right now. So good for you. Jamie says, I'm not a fan of every story having a happy ending, so I'll go with Once Upon a Time. Pip says, I will go with Once Upon a Time, even though I still want an ending with some happiness in it. Ron says, I made good progress on both my books. I've got to go wash the dishes now. Then after that, I'm going to watch some basketball on TV. Have a lot of fun. And thank you for coming. It was good to see you, Ron. Dalgana says, only read a couple pages. Also watching Ryan Hall's live stream, watching the weather. Ron says, Drive Your Plow Over the Bones of the Dead is great. I don't know that I've ever heard of that. let me look up this book really quick. Because am I missing out? Sounds like I might be missing out. Drive your plow. No, I've never even seen that cover. This is completely new to me. Has decent ratings, I would say. Although most things have decent ratings anymore. Like, you know what I mean? Like the averages are always somewhere around a 4. And Pip says, Kirsten, I am with you. Jamie says, got another 20 pages read and best offer wins. This MC is becoming more and more unhinged. Kat says, during that sprint, I edited my video. Good job. Barry got home from the grocery store. Hi, Barry. And after he unloaded groceries, he and I went to my friend's house down the street to take Nala out to potty. Yay. Alicia says, yes, we had some pizza for dinner. LOL. You know us so well. I know that you get pizza. I know that Kat a lot of times gets a seafood baked potato or sushi on Fridays. Like if you tell me what you get for dinner and it's consistent, I feel like I will remember that because I remember food. Kat says, Poe, did I hear Poe? Girl, there's like 3 different people in the chat who've been reading Poe because of you or watching something Poe related. So you're doing it. Doing great things. Making change in the world, the change you want to see. And Angela says, doing dishes and getting ready to take the trash out before the winter storm. Oh, check the mail too. Yes, I did go out and get the mail. That's a good one. Don't want to have to run over to the mailbox. The other thing too is I do always try to make sure that the driver can get to the mailbox because we have one of those roads where all of our mailboxes are lined up down the road. It's not one where you go up to the house and put your mail in. And I get really frustrated. And I understand that the people who plow the road, they can't do it perfectly because they're trying to cover so much in such a short amount of time, especially with heavy snowfall. But it can be such a task to try to get the snow mounded out from in front of your mailbox. And then because if you don't, they can't do their job and they're out braving the cold, wind, sleet, snow, hail will deliver your mail. I don't want their job to be any harder than it has to be. Plus I have family that works for the post office and I think that just makes me extra sympathetic. Like I think about them all the time around the holidays and Christmas time. And it's like, wow, that's the worst time of year. Absolutely. And Kat says, Kirsten is crushing her first week with Edgar Allan Poe. And Alicia says, hey, Kat. And Angela says, Kat, I read Hot Frog last night. That was hilarious. Stina says, a whole house humidifier just went into critical failure. No. You were just talking about it last week when we met that you had to figure out how to turn it back on. I'm so sorry. And Alicia says, potentially, yes, you did, LOL, Kat. Kat's like, everyone should read Poe. Oh, I love it. That's so sweet. That's wholesome. Also, if nobody noticed, Sir Francis over here has decided this week not to don his bread. His bread is currently at the dry cleaners. He wanted it to be fresh for next week. So he's a little naked, but still looking cute. And Kat says, gold star Angela on reading Hot Frog. I was telling everyone earlier, Kat, you missed it, that I read The Fall of the House of Usher last year because of you. So that when I do get to T. Kingfisher's book, What Moves the Dead, I will be prepared. Zach says, I've seen Drive Your Plow around a fair bit. Yeah, I have not seen it at all. But again, I feel like I'm out of the loop on everything anymore. I don't know if it's just me or if other people feel that way, but I definitely feel that way. All right, we're going to get started on another 45-minute sprint. I'm going to give you all your next question. Okay, I think this one. Please put in the comments to make sure I did not ask this one last week. I asked questions because I asked so many questions over the course of time that sometimes I forget which ones I have asked, which ones I haven't. Would you rather read a series as they come out or wait until all books have been published to binge read them? I'm fairly certain I have not asked you all that one and that I didn't ask it last week. So please let me know if I messed up. I'll wait to start the sprint until somebody tells me that I did not already ask that question. And I also have to decide. I think I'm going to get a little bit more into my Bill Bryson and find like a reasonable stopping point, and then I want to go back into A Sorceress Comes to Call. I am really interested in both of these books. I'm super happy right now. I told Keaton, I'm like, I think this is going to be a really good reading night because I'm engaged with both of these equally for different reasons. Angela says, "Hi, Frank." Kirsten says, "Cat, aw, thank you. It was really your passion for Poe that made me interested and curious. And it was Jen's video about Annabelle Lee that ended up putting me in a Poe Vice grip. That's really cool." And Stina says, "Not last week." Okay, thank you. And Kat says, "Yes, Alex, you'll understand and appreciate what moves the dead after reading The Fall of the House of Usher. What are you reading this year for Poe?" I think I told you that I would probably be more interested in reading one of his satires, since you told me that he wrote satire, and that's one of my favorite things. So we shall see. I guess as a poem, perhaps you and I both know that neither of us are fans of poetry, so I'm gonna have to give a hard pass on that one. And Sina says, Jen's video sent me down a Spotify rabbit hole. I love that. I'm going to go have to check out Jen's video. It's been really sweet that she's been popping on here as well. All right. Awesome. Thank you for letting me know that I did not ask this question last week. And I have another 45 minutes up on the clock for you all. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I got to a good stopping place in the Lost Continent, and so I made it to chapter 4. And then a sorceress comes to call. I made it to chapter 5. So both going really, really well. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather read a series as they come out or wait until all the books have been published to binge read them? And Kat says, yes, you did say satire. Yeah, I love satire. Stina says, I don't generally have strong feelings either way. I always have something to read. Angela says, I'd rather wait until they're all out and binge them. If I had to wait too long between books, I feel like I have to read the series from the beginning again. I also forget the characters. That's my biggest issue is if I start a series, if I don't read it like in a span of time that makes sense, I feel like I forget all the details, and it's really easy to do that when they're not all out at the same time. I agree. So, well, it's also nice too because you can, if you're somebody that likes to buy box sets or you like all the books to match, then you can buy a set where they all look the same. That's a separate issue, I know, but still one that's important to some people. So I would also prefer to get all of them or know that I have all of them. The only dangerous part about that is if you end up thinking that you're going to really like it and then you don't like the first one and you bought all the books, like you have a whole trilogy and you think the first one sucks, then you kind of wasted your money. So it's a double-edged sword. And Pip says, without a doubt, binge. If the space between books is too great, I forget important details. Also, my lack of memory diminishes my interest to finish the series. I don't know about you all, but for me, when I take a break from something, like let's say it could be a game, it could be any type of hobby, right? And I do that all the time because I have like a fixation on it. And then for whatever reason, it could be an arbitrary reason, I take a break from doing that thing every day. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, well, okay, I didn't do it today. I can do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow comes and it's like, oh, I don't feel like it today. I'll do it another day. And then months go by and I don't touch that thing or participate in that thing at all because my flow of like doing something every single day got broken. I don't know if other people experience that. I don't know if that's a symptom of ADHD or not. But I do have that issue as well with reading a series, which is why I mostly read standalones and I try not to read series most of the time. There are some series, obviously, like I really want to read The Wheel of Time. I really want to read V.E. Schwab's series, the one where they have like the different versions of London. There's like red London, gray London, and white London, I think, because I have that trilogy that my mom ended up getting me for my birthday last year. It's like there are series that I want to read, but I mostly read standalone because of that fact where it's like, well, I know I need to take a break in between reading each book in a series because I don't like, even authors I love, I don't like to read their works back to back. And then if I have too many gaps, too many books I read in between, then I just don't go back and finish it. I had that issue with the Inheritance cycle with the Aragon books. I've read 3 of the 4. I have the 4th one. I just never read it. So it's like good with, for example, the Dark Tower series, because Kat was the one that approached me about reading that, and she can keep me honest because obviously I want to read it to make sure I'm keeping up with her. And so that's been nice, actually, to have a series, like when you're reading a series, to have somebody else to read it with. And Heidi, I know when you read originally The Wheel of Time, you did that with your brother. And I wonder if that was like a really nice way for you to keep up, especially with that many books as well. The only series I can think of, and it's definitely not recent that I read them, it's been many years, where I could read the books back to back, were the George R.R. Martin, the original Song of Ice and Fire that like Game of Thrones and everything was based on. I devoured those. I loved those books so much. But that's not normal for me. Sorry, that was long-winded. And Swing says, read them as they come out. Pip says, I actively check to see if books are in a series and hold off if it's not complete. Not always do I hold off, but I do about 90% of the time. That's fair. Zach says, I'm 50-50. If they're all out, it's nifty, but if I need to wait, that's not a thing I hate. All right. And Maddie says, I'd rather authors stop writing series and learn how to write novels again. I do think there are many authors that know how to write standalone novels. I think it also depends on the genre. Sometimes, depending on a genre, like most of the authors are either series writers or most of them are single book writers. I don't know. Sometimes there's a mix. And Kirsten says, Sir Francis is going through a snowstorm without his bread. Ah! It will come back by the end of the day. He will have it. They're late night dry cleaners. I'm just saying. Also, speaking of snowstorm, this right here is my electric snow shovel. And funny enough, during that last sprint, my uncle who got it for me called me. He's like, do you have the battery plugged in? I was like, yeah, I do. I'm all ready to go. That thing's got some heft to it. I think it's going to be a good little device. I'm excited. I was joking with Keaton that this is literally the only reason to be excited about snow, is just to be able to have a cool tool to shovel it with. And you said, I would rather binge them. Same with streaming shows. Oh yeah, I'm really bad about any sort of show that like you have episodes and multiple seasons. If I have to wait for another season, I will never return to that show, which is why it's really nice that we have the box set of West Wing, because Keaton and I are watching West Wing right now. And so we can just watch them at a really good pace. We usually watch one, if not once a day, once every 2 days or so. It's great. And Heidi says, I'd rather have them all available to binge read. Now that I have discovered so many new authors, I usually skip a month or two before starting the next book to sample everything out there. Nice. Talcana says, in general, I have no preference, but I'll stop reading an author if they don't continue the series in a timely manner. Glares at George R. R. Martin. So that's the thing, is when I was reading them, and I know everybody felt that way too. It's like when I was reading them initially, I thought he was going to be coming out with the end, right, sometime soon. So as I was going along, I was like, oh, I don't really care that they're not finished, because surely this book will come out expediently. And then obviously that never happened, and I never read anything from him ever again. I was so frustrated, and I don't care how many tie-ins he does for Game of Thrones. I don't care what TV shows he makes. I just don't give a shit. I am with you. I don't want anything to do with him, because I am so frustrated by the fact that he never finished his books and then had a cop-out at the end of Game of Thrones with the absolute crap ending that we got that everybody was pissed off about. And he's like, well, you know, if I could go back and rewrite the books, I would have them be like what happened in the show. How very dare you, sir? Because the show did not do the books justice, and by the time we got to the 3rd season, they weren't like the books at all. So that was the... Oh, yeah. George R. R. Martin. My Malin Wonderland, hello. And she says, hi there. Halko's here. Hi, Halko. Says, hi. Hey, peeps. Reading Bunnicula. Awesome. Read that last year. It was cute. You said, and I'd rather wait till all the books have been published. And Kat says, Halko, awesome book choice. Kat was also the one that got me to read Bunnicula. Travis says, LOL, oops, I forgot to come back. That's okay, Travis. I'd rather the book start with Once Upon a Time, because I don't always like happy endings. Also, my best friend is coming over to play Magic. Yay, that's awesome. Rob says, obviously, I buy them when released so they can sit on my TBR for 6 months. Ah, that's funny. Yeah, that's the other problem, too. I don't want to buy a brand new book or like wait for a book to come out in a series as well if I don't think I'm going to read it sometime soon. Like all the series that I have that I've gotten recently, they've all been gifts, which I love because I can read them at any time. But I would feel guilty if I bought them and then I just, stared at them. I feel that way about Somewhere Beyond the Sea by T.J. Klune, because when I read A House in the Cerulean Sea, I thought that was going to be a standalone. I did not think that there would ever be a sequel, and now there is one, and I'm like, well, I got to get to that now, and it's looking at me. It's been looking at me for a while. And Travis says, build a new Insect Commander deck and have been trying it out, loving it so far. Oh, that sounds like fun. I like it. Crochet Mima says, I read them as they come out, but I don't allow myself to start a new series unless I'm caught up with what I've got going. That's a good premise. Good idea. Halko says, hey, Kat. Yes, it's so cute. Travis has also been working on a huge Goodreads TBR cleanout. I've been overwhelmed with the 3K books I have on there, and I'm really trying to prioritize books that I'm really interested in. That's a good way to do it. My Mail in Wonderland says I just finished The King's Ransom by Janet Evanovich. It's a good title, King's Ransom. Stina says I got some book club messages sent out in case we have to postpone Sunday's meeting. Yeah, that would stink. I'm sorry. And Alicia says I would wait and binge the book. I don't like waiting. And Kat says I'd rather wait until the whole series is already out. Jamie says I'd rather read them as they come out. I don't generally like to read too many of a series back to back. Yes. Yeah, I can understand that. Alicia says I did some journaling and ordered some pet washi tapes during that sprint. Washi tapes are so fun. I discovered my enjoyment of them when I do my annual book journals with all my stats in them and stuff. The one thing that's super frustrating, though, is if you know that you're going to use them for years, which is my case. I went to look to see if I could order more of the ones that I already know I love. And the creator of them is still on Etsy, but there are certain ones that she's taken off that I'll never be able to get again. And I'm like, well, when that runs out, that's just going to suck for me, I guess. I'll have to figure it out. Kat says, I'm also finished editing 8 chili cheese fries for dinner. That sounds good, Kat. Stina says, now I'm eating dinner. Brian made rice and veggies with smoked trout. Ooh. Rainbow trout is really good, and I personally feel like has even a better taste than salmon. And Jamie says, I read to page 163 and then put the clean dishes away and brewed a pitcher of country peach iced tea. Oh, I love iced tea. Peach tea, that's good too. Alco says, The Wheel of Time is a series I'm just getting into. Already read the first book. Well, you can talk with Heidi about those as you read those, Alco, because that's one of her favorite series ever. Alco says, chili cheese fries sound good. Zach says, I liked A Sorceress Comes to Call. If you like it, The Age of Witches by Louisa Morgan was similar and a bit better. Well, so far I am liking it, for the record. I mean, I am only 30 pages in or so, but I kind of jive with her writing style. I like, this was the way I was explaining it to Keaton. It's dark, but it's not horror. It's definitely fantasy, but it's fantasy with kind of a grim bent to it. And I don't read a lot of books that have that, where it's like it kind of, like as you go throughout the story, you think things are going to be one way, and then it comes and gut punches you in another way. And it's just somber the whole time, but it's really engaging. I don't know. I guess that's the best way I could describe how this book is going so far. Angela says, I research my books I'm interested in reading a lot before reading them. It's tough without finding spoilers or knowing the whole plot line, but it can be done in a roundabout way. That's fair. I am the opposite in that I don't try to learn a lot about books because of the fact that I am so averse to spoilers that it will actively prevent me from reading or engaging with something. It could be any media. It doesn't matter. It could be a TV show, it could be a movie. If you tell me what happens, I'm going to be pissed off. And then I'm not going to want to read it or watch it. So, there you go. He said, all my chores are done, and I even took a little trip to warm the car up. Yay, but why did I go out without my gloves? No, that was painful. Yeah, I am really bad about putting on my gloves, which is why I now have them in my pockets, and even then, sometimes I still forget. Heidi says, yes, my brother and I would each call each other every week to discuss the Wheel of Time books. Then I went to read all 10 books of Abercrombie's First Law books with my brother-in-law, which is so sweet. Tokana says, I got stuck in a couple really long series for a long time and felt like I couldn't read anything else until they were done. Stopped reading anything until I discovered some YouTube reading games. Oh, nice. Now I don't want to finish a series. Zach says, pretty sure I've been waiting 14 years for Patrick Rothfuss to release King Killer 3. I don't care. It's funny at this point. And Alicia says, peach tea. Kat says, I'm watching The Mask of the Red Death starring Vincent Price, legend, with Barry. You'll be running in the background, Alex. Thank you, Kat. I do appreciate that. Alrighty. Well, we have gotten to the point now. That time flew by. I don't know about you all. It does not feel like I've been sitting here for over 3 hours, which is good. That's great. It's a fun night hanging out with you all, and I'm also just really enjoying this. these books. Heidi says, Zach, I tell people to read The Name of the Wind as a standalone. I loved it, but the second book was a big step down, so just skip it. The Name of the Wind, that's the one that I have over there by Patrick Rothfuss, this one, that little gold covered book. I'm assuming that doesn't also include the second. I don't know if you can tell by the thickness. Is the first one that big, or is that two books in one? Hang on. Let me just look at the cover. Yeah, this one just says Name of the Wind, and it was one of those. This was from Barnes and Noble many, many years ago. $40 back in the day, by the way. I don't know when this edition came out. Let's see if I can. 2017. $40 in 2017, and I still haven't read it. I am a nightmare sometimes, but I will read it one day. It's good to know, though, that I might want to just read that as a standalone since it was never finished. Eleanor says, I used to binge read series, but now I'm participating in lots of book clubs, so no time. I'm 2 out of 3 done with Dark Sisters and think it will make for a good discussion. Thank you for sprints. Oh, well, thank you for coming, Eleanor. It was good to see you. Nan says, now I'm starting to get frightened. No, I'm sorry, Anne. It will be okay. You have gotten through really bad winter storms before. You will get through this one as well. Pip says, I agree, Alex. I am to the point that I feel authors put too much in the book summaries. Movies have been doing the same with trailers. Too much info means too many dots connected. Yeah, 100%. Halko says, there are 10 books in the first Law series. I thought it was a trilogy. And Zach says, I did like The Wise Man's Fear better the second time. I read it when I knew what I was in for. But yeah, he really dropped the ball on that one. Well, thank you, everybody. I'll do our last 45-minute sprint for this next sprint, and then after that, we'll end on a 30. So now I will ask you all one of the questions I ask every week, which I think is so fun, which is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? It just has to be interesting to you. It doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. I just like fun facts, whatever they are, and it doesn't have to be anything super impressive either, just anything that you learned. And I will go ahead and get the 45 minutes up on the clock, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I am really, really liking A Sorceress Comes to Call. I think Cordelia is one, that's a beautiful name, and two, her character is just so sweet, and she just had the interaction with the servant Alice that was very touching, and then the older lady of the house that they're staying in, Hester, I think is going to be a really good character. So yeah, I'm liking where this is going so far, but it's also tense. It's got me kind of like, ooh, what's going to happen? Which makes me feel good. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what's something you learned over the last week that was interesting? My thing that I learned today actually was that T. Kingfisher, her real name is Ursula Vernon, which is such a cool name that I'm surprised that she even had a pen name to begin with, because Ursula is just this fantastic, elevated name, in my opinion. But I did always think T. Kingfisher was a really like cool, like perfect author name. I didn't know that it was a pen name. So that was my thing. And Heidi says, yes, Alex, just read Name of the Wind. When you have another fix for fantasy, it really has top notch prose and really great villains. Oh, I love a good villain. Keaton says, hi, everyone. That's my Keaton. Welcoming him to the chat. Heidi says, Halko, The Trouble with Peace is the best first law book, and it's the 9th book in the series. That's a little rough. 9 out of 10. Zach says, I learned there's only one banned book museum in the world, and it's in Estonia. Oh, cool. Would not have guessed Estonia. Rob says, yes, Ray Bradbury famously wrote the first draft of Fahrenheit 451, originally titled The Fireman, in the basement of the UCLA Powell Library in 1950. I did know that, Rob, and the other really fun fact was he had to rent the typewriter that he was typing it on, and I can't remember how much it was an hour. I think he paid like a dime an hour or a quarter an hour, something like that. I think he even knew how many hours it took him to write because he had to rent it out so many times. Yeah, Ray Bradbury was pretty cool. Rob saying hi to Keaton. Heidi says, Rob, my husband and I are watching The Martian Chronicles tomorrow night. I got the DVD from the library. Hope you end up liking that. I loved that book. Jamie says, hi, Keaton. Pip says, not so much a fun fact, but I learned my dog absolutely loves hydrotherapy. Oh, good. Hydrotherapy is so good for the joints. And Alicia says, I learned that Lego stands for the Danish phrase leg godt, which means play well, and it is a portmanteau, not an acronym, that was originally adopted in 1936 and translate to I assemble in Latin. Very cool. I did not know that. And Sina says, thanks to Nevermore prompting me to start watching the Usher show on Netflix, I learned that Poe accused Longfellow of plagiarism. Ho ho! Scandal. Kirsten says, I would have forgotten my interesting thing by now if Kat hadn't reminded me to remember it for spreads. Good job, Kat. And Stina says, apparently it resulted in a one-sided feud that would rival today's BookTube and Goodreads drama. I love it. Did somebody make a YouTube video about that? If so, Stina, please send that our way. I want to see it. And Heidi says, Halko, The Great Hunt is my second favorite book in the series. Watch for the Flicker, Flicker, Flicker chapter. Rob says, Heidi, it's done well. All Summer in a Day is good too. The Lathe of Heaven, 1980, Ursula K. Le Guin is great. Kirsten says, new thing, when reading and ebook on Hoopla, I can hold down on a word to pop up a web option that takes me to the pronunciation and meaning of that word. Very helpful for reading Poe. Oh, good. And Jamie says, I learned that baby porcupines are called porcupets. They are born with soft, flexible quills, thank goodness, to protect the mother during birth. The quills harden into armor within hours. That is really interesting. I think one week my fun fact was that baby horses, their hooves when they're born are called fairy fingers, and they like actually are separate little pieces that curl, and then as they are out in the air, they also harden so that they can stand. They look pretty crazy, actually. Jamie says, "Aw, Pip, that is a fun fact. Good for your pup." Heidi says, "Rob, as soon as I finish the 7 or 8 books in Le Guin's Hainish cycle, I plan to pick up The Lathe of Heaven. Seems like 1980 was a good year for sci-fi movies. Flash Gordon, of course." Swank says, Lou Boughton's iconic red soles were inspired by Andy Warhol. Cool. Heidi says, "Swank, do you have a pair of... Oh, is it Louboutin? I am not pronouncing that correctly, am I? Because I know the company Louis Vuitton, and that's not that company. Louboutin heels, they're super expensive. I know of the company now that you're talking about that, but I cannot remember how to say it." And Heidi says, "Speaking of Le Guin, she wrote a blog in her 80s, and they are all in a book called No Time to Spare. Chat with Pat Booktuber. Loved it." Oh, that's fun. Never heard of somebody turning blog posts into a book. Teresa says, "Hi, Alex. I'm back from the store and ate. Now I will go read." Awesome. Glad you made it back from the store safely. Jamie says, "Made it to page 190 and best offer wins. I think there's only one decent, honest character in this whole book aside from the dog, of course. Dogs are always good characters." Rob says, 10 cents. 10 cents for 30 minutes, spending a total of $9.80 to complete it in 9 days. Yeah, it's crazy. And Angela says, "Speaking of spoilers, Death, the narrator, just spoiled 2 big things for me. The book thief, death to death." Oh, yeah. But I love Death. Death is such a great character. So I love the personification of death in stories when death is its own character and has its own personality and talks about people. I recognize because of that I should read the Sandman comics at some point, but I would have to find some way to get them where I don't have to buy them. And my mail in Wonderland says I got to 12% into There Is No Antimetrics division. Weird and very cool so far. Antimetrics. That's a fun word. Antimetrics. Zach says, "Drive your plow over the bones of the dead isn't going great." The main character is giving Uva vibes. Your least favorite thing. Stina says, "I'm not aware of a video, but I would not be at all surprised if they exist." Rob said, Louboutins. Louboutins. Okay, thank you. Do I have to give it the ha-ha? And Zach says, "Surprised Rob didn't like Alana knows it's a similar character to her too." Angela says, "Thank you for the sprints tonight. I read and annotated another 64 pages. Hope you, Keaton and Barker and Frank have a great week ahead. Your family is growing. Stay warm and be safe." Thank you so much, Angela. I don't know if she's still here, but I hope you have a great weekend and make it through the storm unscathed. Rob says, "Zach, the drooling was too much for me." Heidi says, "Alex, go online to look up those shoes. Famous celebrities wear them." Here's the thing, Heidi. I don't care what any famous celebrity does, and that's unless it's bad. I mean, or good. Like if it's really, really good thing they do, I want to hear about it. If it's a terrible thing that they do, I want to know that they did it so that I steer clear of them. In terms of like the things that people wear or what they do to their face or what makeups they wear, I was never ever one inkling or iota captivated by the Kardashians. And I'm so grateful for that every day because of the way that they have just messed with people's heads and stuff like designer clothes. They're like here's a fun little game you could play. If you go and look up a pair of those shoes, how many books could you buy? Like full price books, like full price hardcover books. I would like one of you're designated your task to go and look up a pair of those shoes, just an average value. And let's say that a book today will go with we'll just say I don't know. How much is a hardcover book? This paperback book is $19. Hang on. I can do this. All right. The Woman in the Library, my copy here, was $27. Somebody tell me how many hardback $27 books I could buy for one pair of those shoes. Angela says, oh, and I learned that Billy Bob Thornton only wears women's jeans. He said they just fit him better with his small build. Oh, okay. That's funny. You would think that they would be tight in certain regions, but maybe not. And Swank says, no way. I have textbook flat feet. Pip says, fairy fingers look like something out of a horror film. I didn't need to see that. Well, yeah, birth is kind of terrifying in general, so I feel like that's appropriate. And Jamie says, wow, fairy fingers. I had never heard of that. They look alien. Yeah. And they do not last that long at all because horses, they need to be able to walk within like a couple hours of being born when they're out in the wild. So yeah, it's crazy. It's magical. The magic of life. All right. I will get us set up for our last sprint of the evening, which is going to be 30 minutes long. And I'll get the timer changed here really quick. And I will also give you all your last question of the evening that I always ask every week, which is what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It can be big, can be small, could be something you did 5 minutes ago or something you did immediately after we met last time. I think the important thing is just to reflect on something good that you did that makes you feel satisfied with your life. That is important. Okay, Angela says, I thought the same thing, Alex. I'm dying. And Jamie says, Louboutin's heels average between $700 to $2,000 according to Google. Wow. Starting at $700, go to $7,000. Zach says, I wear women's hats. I have a weirdly small head. And Heidi says, $1,300 for the shoes. And Jamie says, that's a lot of books. And Angela says, oh, forgot about there being another sprint. Great. Yes, we have one more to go. Okay, so let me just, I don't want to go with the lowest value. So we'll say $1,300. $1,300 for a pair of shoes. You buy a hardback book that costs $27. You can get 48 books. 48 books, y'all. That is 2 trips to Powell's that I took. 2 trips. Because I bought 24 books when I went to Powell City of Books. That is crazy to think about for one pair of shoes. And the thing is, too, is like shoes wear out. Now, you might say like, oh, well, you'd only wear those for special occasions. I have shoes for special occasions that I almost never wear. And I'm like, why would I want that to be sitting in a closet somewhere? But that's me. I know everybody values things differently. If I was a millionaire, $1,300 for a pair of shoes would seem like a pittance. I recognize that, but I am not a millionaire, and that is not a pittance. And I'd rather spend that on something else. Oh, and Kirsten says, I'll take 48 books. Rob says, 48 books, but you wouldn't have the shoes. That'd be okay. And Jamie says, I'm not sure I've spent $1,300 in total on shoes in my whole life. Yeah, same. And Stina said, the most money I've ever spent on an item of clothing was for a $500 pair of boots in Santa Fe. That's a bargain. Yeah, but how long did you have or have you had the boots? And how often do you wear them? You said, and I've had 2 wedding dresses. Well, that's good that you could get a wedding dress for less than $500. Good for you. I do encourage people to do that, like to go to consignment shops or, stores and not necessarily have to buy a wedding dress. Because, like, when a wedding dress is like 10% or more of like the cost of your wedding, you only wear it one day. Again, I'm not trying to sound like a judgmental ass. If you were somebody who did that and that made you happy and you had the money for it, good for you. That is your budget. You can do with it whatever you want. For me personally, I don't think I would enjoy that very much. All right, everybody. So let me know what the one thing was over the last week that you accomplished. I have to figure out which book I'm going to dive back into, because I'm a little nervous and a sorceress comes to call. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I ended up going back into The Lost Continent, and I'm ending tonight on page 39 of that and on page 50 of A Sorceress Comes to Call. So it's been a really great day for reading. I might still do a little bit more before bed, taking a small break just because I feel like it's been a productive night. And my battery light just went off for my snowblower, which means it's good to go. It's ready to go. So a lot of productivity tonight. Happy about that. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Zach says, with my small head, when I had the power lifters built, I'd look like a barrel with a cantaloupe glued to the top. And Stina says, my mom handmade my first wedding dress the second time we eloped. He bought a new suit, and I bought a dress I liked that was about $150. That's nice. Also, how sweet of your mom that she's a seamstress and can make dresses. Heidi says, oh, speaking of shoes, the ruby slippers in The Wizard of Oz are silver in the book, but in 1939, they wanted to show off the new Technicolor, which Jamie said was a cool tidbit. I was joking at Zach and put the little bodybuilder icon, and that is a cool tidbit that it came from Heidi because those shoes became so iconic. And Stina says, I still have the boots, and I bought them in 2008 to work security at a big rodeo. I don't wear them often because they're an unusual color scheme. I don't know if it's a color scheme you can describe. Heidi says, Stina, my wedding dress for my second wedding was $150 too, a bridesmaid's dress in white. By the time you get married for a second time, you have lived and learned. And Stina says, my insteps are crazy high, so finding boots that I can wear is difficult. It was the only pair in the entire store I could wear. Kudos to the salesman who found them quickly and looked like Sam Elliott. And Kirsten says, I'm proud of myself for deciding to give Poe a try, fully expecting not to find him or his work personally interesting, but then getting sucked in to it all. I love it. Swing says, I'm proud I did all the workshop and ADHD the last week. It did all. Yeah, I read that correctly. Okay. I learned so much. Thanks for the sprint. See you next week. See you next week, Swank. And Stina says, I'm proud of myself for getting my January and February calendars completely migrated over to my fancy new planner. It has Monday start months. Ooh, your favorite. And Heidi says, Sam Elliott is what my Gus McRae looked like from Lonesome Dove, not Robert Duvall. Stina says, Heidi, yeah, and when you start planning an event and invite people to it, they start getting ideas about how things should go. Neither of us had any patience for that. Yes, the great debate about when you plan a wedding is how big is it going to be? You know, how many people are going to be there? What food are you going to serve? What's the venue? After experiencing Keaton's brother going through that, I am understanding fully why it looks great and feels great, I'm sure, to elope, because I don't think I would want a wedding with all that hoopla. And I talked to Keaton about it, and he doesn't either, because we both find the idea of going through what his brother did so stressful. And it's like, okay, you can just like have a small ceremony, maybe like a really nice dinner with like immediate family, and then it like rent out like a park pavilion and like have people come and just hang out for a little while. I don't know like what everybody decides to do, but like it's just, I don't know. Weddings kind of scare me now after seeing the contention that happens, because I mean, I'm an event planner for my work, and I didn't really think like it needed to be any sort of grand thing. But man, when you bring two different families together, or people don't like each other, or people don't communicate very well, or people are traveling from out of state, or all of the above, it just becomes a massive mess. And Rob says, Internet Friend has a fourth YouTube channel. That's a lot of channels. So I shared that on all my socials and promoted a few of her videos. I also picked up squirrel food and left it by the gazebo at the park. One, that was very nice of you to do for your Internet Friend. And two, I didn't know you could buy squirrel food. So that's another thing I just learned new today. Jamie says, my accomplishment this week was buying bags and floss organizers to kit up my unfinished cross-stitch projects. Now each one has its own bag, so I can just grab one and get to work. That's awesome. Said, hoping this will help me get some multi-year projects finished. I hope so for you too. Stina says, Jamie, great idea. Jamie says, made it to page 207, only 66 pages to go. Might finish it tonight. Awesome. Stina says, sort of a maroon and sage green, but bright, if that makes any sense. Maroon and sage green, but bright. Okay. I can kind of envision that. Angela says, another 10 pages, and that makes me happy. Good night, Alex and friends. I think I'll watch some weather coverage. Yes, just blanket statement to everybody. If you're in a region that's going to get blasted with snow or cold, please be incredibly safe out there. Don't travel unless you absolutely have to. Also, try to shovel when you can, just to make sure that it doesn't solidify into ice. My real feel here where I live is currently negative 16, and it's going to get worse. So just thinking of everybody. Rob says, Capybara, Francis, Chocolate Swan, Fountain B. Thank you for the sprints. See you in February when everything thaws. Well, I should hopefully see you one more time in January, which will be next week. And Halco says, thanks for sprints. Thank you for coming. Sia says, in Colorado, you just pay the fee at the clerk's office and they give you the paperwork to fill out and return within 30 days or maybe 60. You don't have to have a ceremony or an officiant or anything. Oh, that's cool. That's good to know. And Jamie says, thank you for sprints. I made a lot of progress. Good. I'm happy to hear it was a productive reading night for you all. Angela says, stay safe, everyone, until next week. Yes, and we all can tell our war stories of making it through the Arctic cold front we're getting. Stan says, thanks for sprints in the chat. Have a great week, everybody, and thank you for coming as well. And let's see, I didn't give my thing I accomplished over the week that I'm proud of. I got a video out, which I was really proud about. That was my review for The Carpet Makers. I finished my second book of the year, which is great. I had a good performance review at work. It was actually better than my one that I had last year. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of good things that happened this past week. At least that's the way that I'm trying to look at it. I had something I got really, really stressed about at home. I have like a little mini project I need to work on tomorrow because there's like something weird going on with a couple of my electrical outlets, and anything dealing with electricity freaks me out. And so I was panicking, and then I did some research and I was like, you know what? I think I can figure this out. And that's what I'm going to be trying to do tomorrow. So, oh yeah. And I gave a presentation at work and I thought that people were going to hate it, and it went over extremely well. And it actually went over so well that I got sent like a little card with like, we have like a point system at work where if somebody does something good, you can like send them points. And I got like some points for doing well at work. So that felt good too. So yeah, it was a good week overall. Hoping it'll be a good weekend. And Teresa says, we are a warm, balmy 0 here in Illinois. Oh gosh. Yeah. Be careful. Yeah. I think Chicago is supposed to get really bad, but I'm not surprised because Chicago being, the windy city that it is. And Stina says, that's great, Alex. Thank you. Yeah. So sorry. I won't keep you all any longer. Have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you next week.